Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to acknowledge including the community investment program items. Please register now at the Legislative Services desk located to my right. And I'll only be calling upon those who have registered to speak. If anyone in attendance wishes, and when you register to speak on that agenda item, you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Please remain seated and for questions following that, and remain on topic. In the process today, moving on to the public, we're invited to pre-register by 12 noon, Monday, December 2nd, if they wish to speak to any agenda item of the operating budget meeting today. Residents wishing to address Council on the Community Investment Program grant allocations will provide an opportunity to speak following the introduction from administration. Residents wishing to address Council on the operating budget or the capital budget will have the opportunity to speak in a public delegation session at the beginning of each of those meeting days. Delegates will be registered to speak are permitted again with 5 minutes to speak and must remain on topic. The Council's review and deliberation of grant allocation recommendations will occur as presentations are heard. The final proposed 2025 will be considered for approval by Council on the last budget meeting day, whether it is December 3rd or 4th or later date. And finally, one last note, for those councillors joining us virtually, please remember to stay connected during the meeting unless you're declaring a pecuniary interest on a specific matter. Any councillors wishing to declare pecuniary interest items, please note that you must do so before the start of that item. The budget meetings are held over a 2 or 3 day period, starting each day at 9 a.m. Meeting dates or times will be amended throughout the process if all budget matters were not accommodated during the meetings of December 3rd and 4th. Then Council can recess and the meeting will reconvene on the next day. Any change to the budget timelines will be communicated to the public in advance to our best of our ability. For everyone's awareness, there will be designated breaks each day from approximately 10:30, 12 noon to 1 and 3 p.m. We'll now start with presentation from administration to introduce the 2025 proposed budget. So I'd like to opening remarks from Chief Minister Officer Henry Hunter, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Good morning, everyone. Today is the result of a tremendous amount of time and effort. Staff have worked hard over the past few months to develop this financially prudent budget, with a focus on delivering high-quality public services and infrastructure to make this region a great place to call home. In developing the budget, we have focused on being efficient with our tax dollars and mindful of future challenges like asset management and reduced tax revenue. Myself and our staff are here to answer any questions and are available to discuss any of the options that are put forward. Lastly, I want to thank Chief Financial Officer Laurie Farquharson and her entire finance team for all the work they have done. There have been many early mornings, late nights and weekends working to bring this operating and capital budget together. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
And with that, we're ready to go.
Thanks, CEO Hunter. Sorry to cut you off. Are there any questions from Council? I'm not seeing any. First, I'd like to invite Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, to present the 2025 budget, 2026 to 2027 financial plan.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. This year, we'll be taking a renewed approach to the budget presentation process, providing content in a summarized format while presenting important information for Council decision-making. To begin, I will provide an overview of the budget process, followed by the Community Investment Program, the 2025 proposed operating budget, and finally, the capital budget and plans for 2026 through 2030. There will be an opportunity for questions and registered delegates at the beginning of each category. Before we get started, I would like to thank Tony Elliott, Manager of Financial Services, and her team for all their hard work in compiling the information that will be presented over the next 2 days. In addition, I would like to thank the PMO, Communications, and the operating areas for their support and contributions. The approach used in preparing the proposed budget for 2025 and future plans was to continue practicing fiscal management, therefore ensuring long-term financial stability for the municipality. We did this by responsibly assessing and prioritizing operational and capital revenue requirements to deliver quality services in a fiscally responsible manner, developing governance and oversight of municipal assets with the implementation of the Asset Management Department, which ties into defining capital requirements through a long-term strategic lens, evaluating and pursuing revenue sources other than property taxes, and continuing to strengthen treasury strategies. The budget trends have declined. The revenue budget trends have declined as the municipality reduced the tax ratio at the direction of the province. With rising inflation and economic pressures, the 2025 budget exercise relied heavily on prioritization and long-term strategic planning. This graph represents a comparison of the annual tax revenue compared to other revenue sources year over year. The proposed 2025 budget consists of projected tax revenue of $505,840,997 and other revenue of $139,719,787 from utilities, fees, grants, and investment income, for total projected revenue of $645,560,784. Less projected operating expenses of $476,156,360 and transfers to reserve for capital purposes of $169,404,423 for total expenses of $645,560,784, resulting in a balanced budget. This slide provides an overview of the capital budget. We have presented the proposed capital budget by sponsor division. This summary reconciles to the 2025 proposed capital budget. The details will be presented by directors tomorrow, December 4th. Previously approved projects with adjustments to scope or funding will be supported by a capital amendment form, which is included in Council's agenda package. Net new projects will be supported by a business case. Status quo projects are included on the proposed capital report provided at the budget seminar and will be provided again tomorrow morning for your convenience. The current approved capital projects to date total $688,810,211 with an actual spend to date of $517,118,970. For 2025, the funding requests total $166,319,165 with future plans totaling $1,398,131 from 2026 to 2035. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to
exerting day and night. I just have a query about 26, 27 that you plan it so ahead. In view of your previous experiences, what do you feel, how accurate you go after 2 years, after 3 years?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, it's a very common practice to go out anywhere from 2 to 5 years for an operating budget, but to responsibly plan for infrastructure with the asset management program, we're actually trying to go out 20 years. So the intent with us going out 10 years just for information purposes is to be able to present to council and the public the magnitude of what we believe our requirements are going to be.
Thank you.
Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Laurie. First of all, Laurie, just want to echo CAO's comments about the work in your team and everybody else put into the budget for this year. I guess my only concern or only question is, and I've mentioned it before, is we seem to be trending, unfortunately, in the wrong direction. Revenue is, well, we have revenue staying consistent, but our expenses are going up in the form, I guess, less money going into reserves. Was there any, I guess, conversation on what we're going to do about it? Because, I mean, it's obviously not a good thing when expenses, I mean, I don't even know if I don't know what ratio we're at now, but we still are supposed 6.2, we're supposed to get to 5 to 1. So in theory, we're going to even have less revenues when we get there, if we do get there, right? So I guess my one question is, has the senior leadership team and the CEO talked about 27 and beyond?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, yes, there's been a great deal of conversation to that effect. We share your concerns with respect to the declining revenue, and with inflation rising, everything that we do is costing more. This municipality, this region, has created a significant amount of infrastructure, which we are now realizing the magnitude of supporting that infrastructure. And we're hopeful that council will be making decisions on future capital projects to ensure that we can reduce what we need to spend on a long-term basis. But at this point in time, from an asset management perspective, we're seeing that we're behind on our maintenance, and we continue to put new assets out there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. I don't see any questions there. Laurie, so thank you again, as echoing Councillor Boussier, for all the work you've done. Sorry, Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. The question is about the general overview of the capital budget. I know that's coming later, but I just want to say it out now so that maybe we directors can, or you can prepare for the answer. I see a significant decrease in our plan and for 2025. In the request and planning generally of work and projects that will be done. Correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, are you referring to new projects?
Yes.
Yes. So we've taken a very strategic lens when it came to looking at any net new, and we tried to only put forward those that were public safety, absolutely critical. So that's why there's only an ask of, I'm going off the top of my head, a lot of numbers in there right now, around 20-something million. But we have 44 ongoing capital projects that require significant funding. So our hope is to try to finish up all of the projects that we've already committed to doing, and then focus on more along the asset management lines of public safety, risk, and that's the focus for the future.
Okay, I think I would maybe talk more about this because later during the capital budget, because it looks like we are pushing some of the works forward, and I think it would only get more costly. But that's just my comment for now.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, certainly with the rising inflation, we're seeing an average anywhere from 3.4 to 2 to 4% on an annual basis. And with the U.S. and things that are changing, that inflation rate could rise. So yes, things in the future are going to cost us more money. However, we're also trying to be reasonable with our newly established project management office, what our capacity is. And we have a responsibility to finish all the large infrastructure projects that we've already started, like RWSS, flood mitigation, and those are just to name a few.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko, and thank you, Laurie. Now we'll move on to the proposed grant allocation. As noted in the agenda, any members of the public wishing to speak can do so after the introductory report. So I'd now like to invite Deanne Berge, Community Services, to introduce the item, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community Services. I'm providing an overview of the Community Investment Program. The Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo is committed to providing strategic investment grants to not-for-profit organizations and communities through the Community Investment Program, which provides grants to registered nonprofit organizations that positively contribute to municipal goals and strategic directions, provides grants to operators of municipal facilities that provide opportunities for residents to engage in recreation, leisure, events, arts, culture, and heritage, and provides grants to registered nonprofit organizations, individuals, teams, and groups to support and enhance the development of artists and athletes in the region. We will provide a presentation on the Community Investment Program 2025 proposed budget following delegations. Thank you. That concludes my overview of the program.
Thank you, Deanne. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no registered delegates for this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now move on to the program allocation presentation. So you can go ahead, Deanne.
Good morning again. My name is Deanne Berge, for the record, and I'm the Director of Community Services. With me is Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. We are presenting the Community Investment Program 2025 proposed budget.
The Community Investment Program is governed by the Community Investment Program Policy FIN 220. The municipality is committed to providing strategic investment grants to not-for-profit organizations, individuals, teams, and groups. The budget for the Community Investment Program is approved by Council, and the funding allocation process is outlined on this slide. Council approves municipal facility operating, municipal facility capital, and subsidiary grants. The Community Investment Program Approval Committee, or CPAC, allocates the funding for sustaining grants, community capital grants, and community impact grants. Administration allocates the Games Legacy grant funding.
The Community Investment Program 2025 proposed budget is $40,930,980. This is a decrease of $5,129,181 from 2024. The 2025 Subsidiary Corporation grant request is $21,662,520. There are two subsidiary organizations being funded: the Regional Recreation Corporation and the Wood Buffalo Library Board. The decrease of $4,036,685 is due to the Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism funding pending the establishment of a new board of directors and a plan to be presented to Council. The 2025 Municipal Facility Operating Grant request is $3,960,233. There are 6 municipal facility operators: Fort McMurray Minor Baseball, Fort McMurray Minor Hockey, Northern Alberta Athletic Association, Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club, Vista Ridge Recreational Association, and the YMCA of Northern Alberta. The decrease of $273,923 is related to a 2024 reconciliation with NAAA that does not occur in 2025. The 2025 Municipal Facility Capital Grant request is $2,593,227. There are 2 Municipal Facility Capital requests, one from RRC and one from Vista Ridge. The operators provide their capital budget request for consideration. In 2025, Vista Ridge moved equipment purchases to their operating budget as identified by the CFO. The Community Investment Program Approval Committee, or CPAC, allocates the Community Capital Grant, which is $3,500,000, the Sustaining Grant, which is $7 million, and the Community Impact Grants, which are $2,200,000. The budgeted amounts shown on this slide will be presented in the Community Partnerships and Initiatives Department operating budget. These budget amounts are based on a 5-year average to ensure shared value for CIP and the nonprofit sector. The Games Legacy grant amount is governed by the CIP policy, which stipulates only the interest on the reserve shall be granted, up to a maximum of $15,000 per year. The grant stream is allocated by administration.
The Community Investment Program provides funding to subsidiary corporations to support programs and services that align with the goals identified in Council's Strategic Plan 2022 to 2025. A subsidiary corporation is an organization owned or controlled by the municipality. The first subsidiary grant is for the Wood Buffalo Library Board. There is an increase in the grant request of $132,944, primarily due to decreased revenue projections in 2025. The Wood Buffalo Library Board is requesting $4,485,544 for 2025. This represents 81% of their total expenses.
The second subsidiary organization is the Regional Recreation Corporation. There's an increase of $221,371 for the grant request. RRC has projected a $522,382 increase in revenue and a $743,753 increase in salary, wages, and administrative expenses. The Regional Recreation Corporation of Wood Buffalo is requesting $17,176,976 for 2025. This represents 45% of their total expenses.
The Regional Recreation Corporation has requested a 2025 municipal facility capital grant for $2,073,500. This is a decrease of $601,700 over 2024. The request includes various asset expansions, replacements, and upgrades in different facilities.
There are 6 municipal facility operators outlined on this slide. Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association operates Ron Morgan, Ross Henniger, and Howard Pugh Parks. Their 2025 grant request is $133,000, which is the same as 2024. Fort McMurray Minor Hockey Association operates the Frank Lacroix Arena. Their 2025 grant request is $750,500, a reduction of $98,500 from 2024. Northern Alberta Athletic Association operates Centre Fire Place. Their 2025 grant request is $1,227,658, a reduction of $541,473 from 2024. Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club operates the Doug Barnes Cabin. Their 2025 request is $154,000, a reduction of $18,000 from 2024. The Vista Ridge Recreational Association operates the Vista Ridge All Seasons Park. Their 2025 grant request is $989,000. This is an increase of $384,000 from 2024. The YMCA of Northern Alberta operates the Eagle Ridge Community Centre. Their 2025 grant request is $706,075. This is an increase of $50 from 2024. The 2025 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Request is $3,960,233.
Vista Ridge has requested a 2025 municipal facility $527. This is a decrease of $449,873 over 2024. The request includes a renovation to Clearwater Lounge, a lighting system retrofit project, and wildfire management.
The recommendation is that $21,662,520 be allocated to the Subsidiary Corporation Operating Grant as outlined in Attachment 1 be approved, and that $3,962,000 be allocated to the Municipal Facility Capital Grant as outlined in Attachment 3 be approved, and that any community capital, community sustaining or community impact grant funds not allocated by the Community Investment Program Approval Committee in 2025 be held in the Community Initiatives Reserve to be applied to the Community Investment Program in 2026. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Janelle. I have any questions from Council? Council Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked similar questions in the last presentation 1 year back, and the reply was from the chair that such questions not to be put in budget. But I feel where we are spending a lot of money, in approving it, there's a lot of query in our mind to see whether the correct utilization is there. Of course, administration is doing excellent, amazing, but always there is a level, and that is level is of the council, how much council is involved in it. So in the CIP, about 40 millions are spent. So is there any physical inspection of the elected people in the CIP's non-profits or not?
Through the chair to Councillor Delgar. So the role of council in the community investment program is to approve the allocations. So that's where council has the opportunity to influence how the CIP program is going to run. As well, on the Community Investment Program Approval Committee, there's 2 representatives of council who participate by watching the process and ensuring that it's done in a fair and transparent manner. They don't vote, they don't do the allocations of the funding, but they participate by watching.
Surely, you see, thank you for the reply. I will put up a motion after this so that allocation of certain CIPs, non-profits to the different councillors, so that it is their responsibility. Last time it was 300 CIPs. Now I think it's 100 and plus. Certain are eliminated. So there should be a proper monitoring of the representatives of the public too. Now my question to a library is, there's an increase in the budget. So it is a salary. Are you hiring more people? Is there any recruitment that salary wages are increasing, or there's an enhancement or bonuses to the employees?
So through the chair to Councillor Dar, so Janelle and I are administration with the RMWB, so we are presenting on behalf of the library. If you'd like to ask
I am the chair of the Regional Municipality Buffalo Library Board, and with me is Melissa Flett, the director of the Wood Buffalo Regional Library.
Through the chair, thank you for your questions, Councillor Dogar. So for the increase in wages, those are our annual increases agreed in the collective agreement that we have, and as well as increase for just regular benefit costs like our taxes and whatnot that we're required to pay as an employer expense. It's not for bonuses or for raises at this point, just our regular raises. Just to your point about overview, council does appoint all of board members. That's through a council approved process.
What about the disposal of the old books? Do you carry out disposal of the used books which has outlived their utility?
Yes, so we do have a collection maintenance process. So as items are weeded from the collection, they often go for sale on our book sale shelf, or they're disposed of.
Fine. For the new books, is any committee that recommends there's certain new books in the market and they should be bought, purchased?
Yes, we have a collection management policy that can be found on our website that outlines how material is ordered. We have a librarian and a team that does that through appropriate channels such as library journals and whatnot.
Thank you very much. Few times I have been to library. Excellent functioning and operation. Keep it up, please.
Thank you.
I think that's the only question right now. Melissa, for you guys. And Deanne, quickly, which two councillors this year are on the CIP committee right now?
Through the chair, to the chair, I believe it's Councillor Weigel and Councillor Dogar.
Mr. Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair. So, just based on the question, I'm just wanting to reaffirm that everything you just presented is based on a policy that was approved by this very council. And part of the intent of that policy was to create a fair and equitable distribution of funds to the community that was approved not only by this council, but also by the community. Is that not correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, that is absolutely correct.
Okay, I just want to reaffirm that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation. I just want to confirm with Vista Ridge, obviously, just in case it wasn't caught up, I didn't see what was online to the public, but Vista Ridge obviously had an increase of 63% due to just replacing all the rentals and life cycle maintenance. And so it would be, in conclusion, that next year would come back down after that's done.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Weigel. Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Janelle. Thanks, Jan. We'll move on to consideration of the subsidiary corporation grant request. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $21,662,520 be allocated to the subsidiary corporate operating grant as outlined in attachment 1 be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. And thanks for a second, Councillor Weigel. Are there any other questions from council and debate points? Not seeing any. Can I have someone call and they'll call for a vote? Thank you, Councillor McGrath. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to consideration of the municipal facility operating grant request. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $960,233 be allocated to the municipal facility operating grant as outlined in attachment 2 be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. And thanks for the second, Councillor Weigel. Any other questions or debate points from council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. Thank you, Councillor McGrath, in favor. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now move on to the consideration of municipal facility capital grant request. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that $2,593,227 be allocated to the municipal facility capital grant as outlined in attachment 3 be approved.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko, and thank you for second, Councilor Weigel. The question, does council have any questions or debate points? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. Thank you. In favor, Councilor McGrath. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to consideration of municipal facility capital grant request. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Bajoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that any community sustaining or community impact grant funds not allocated by the Community Investment Program Advisory Committee in 2025 be held in the Community Initiatives Reserve to be applied to the Community Investment Program in 2026.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko, and thank you for the second, Councilor Weigel. Do we have any other questions or debate points from council? Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate and just confirm, obviously I know the answer to this, but we have not, the CPAC team has not made decisions on allocations yet. And so we're just, we're approving the funding at this point, and the approval of each consideration will be done at a different date.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct. The allocations aren't done until we know what the budget approval is from council. So once the budget's passed, we'll do those allocations very shortly thereafter.
Awesome. Thank you. I just wanted to make it public and clear.
Thank you for the clarity, Councilor Weigel. Any other questions, debate points from council? I'll call for a vote. Thank you. In favor, Councilor McGrath. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to the operating budget presentation. As noted on the agenda, members of the public will have the opportunity to speak on the operating budget, followed by the introduction from the administration. I'd like to invite Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, to introduce the proposed 2025 operating budget.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. For the record, my name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. With me is Tony Elliott, Manager of Financial Services. This year, we're taking a streamlined approach to the budget presentations. I'll be presenting the operating budget for each division, and directors will be available to answer any specific questions afterwards. We have transitioned from a zero-based budgeting approach to a trend analysis methodology for building the proposed 2025 budget. This shift allows us to use detailed financial analysis over the past 3 years to develop a realistic and sustainable operating budget for 2025. We have also approached labor costing with a more practical methodology. For each division, I'll present a year-to-date expenses at the end of September, which is presented as the end of Q3. The 2024 approved budget, the 2025 proposed, and the 2026 to 2027 plan. Additionally, I will present the summary of expenses for each branch within the division. Details for each branch budget are included in the budget binders and online. Under the Municipal Government Act, Council is required to approve a one-year budget with a 2-year financial plan for operating budgets. The financial plan 2026 to 2027 includes an inflation rate of 2% for each year. As mentioned in my opening presentation, this slide presents the 2025 proposed budget and plans for 2026 to 2027. The proposed 2025 revenue budget consists of projected tax revenue of $505,840,997, other revenue of $139,719,787, comprised of utilities, fees, grants, and investment income, for a total projected revenue of $645,560,784. Less operating expenses of $476,156,361 and transfers to reserve for capital purposes of $169,404,420 for $60,784, representing a balanced budget. There have been significant changes within the organization. The new structure is presented here as of October 2024. There have been no increases in positions. Where a new role is presented, the position was converted and transferred as required. For example, the Chief of Staff is a new role. The Director of Communications position was eliminated, and the Chief of Staff position was created, as presented on the left side of this chart. Along the right side of the chart are the department directors that report to the CAO. Their managers lead branches. Division directors are members of the senior leadership team reporting to the CAO, as shown along the bottom of the chart. Their managers departments. The organizational changes resulted in many positions being transferred to other areas, which I will summarize in subsequent slides. We reduced the overall approved positions by 29, from 1,533 positions in 2024 to a total of 1,504 positions in 2025. This is based on 851 Canadian Union and public employees, known as CUPE, making up 56% of the workforce. We have an additional 144 CUPE transit employees, accounting for an additional 7.6%, for a total of 995 CUPE employees. There are 178 members of the International Association of Firefighters Union, known as IAFF, adding an additional 11.8% for a total union workforce of 1,173 positions, or 76%. The remaining 361 employees are exempt, which includes 162 management classified as supervisors, managers, and directors, and 199 exempt non-management employees with these are primarily positions in legal, organizational support services, auditors, senior administrative assistants, and labor costing analysts. This concludes my introduction.
A few councillors have their lights on. Just want to, if they want to ask questions now or wait until we go through each item individually, the 13 items, we can go to questions now, but just a reminder, Laura will be going to into each item individually. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam, for the nice presentation. In the expenses, Mayor and Council, transfers from the reserves was $17,000. And expenses in approved were $26,000 in 24. So only 9,000 were over and above the approval. So in 25, there's nothing put in the column, that's blank. Mm-hmm. So it means indefinite. No, at least we feel that last year or the current year, 9,000 were spent over and above the estimate. Mm-hmm. For 25, we should also have some estimate so that one should remain in that bracket or close to that bracket. I know certain expenses do come to Mayor and CEO, but there should be some estimation. On the other hand, we plan for 4 years, 10 years. So this blank column is not very convincing to me.
Mm-hmm. Through the Chair to Council, including the mayor and councillor's budget, following any delegates or any requests. So I just haven't gotten to that part of the presentation yet. So I can certainly answer your questions as we move along in the presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Lori. I guess, Lori, my one concern is the one thing that I think council owns outside of the strategic plan is the budget. This is my 8th budget. The previous 7 have 2 big green binders or more. We usually take 3 to 5 days or longer sometimes to hammer the budget. And this year, I find the binder is much smaller. We're trying to do it in 2 days. So I guess I'm just looking for some rationale on the reduced binder size. And I guess what I see is maybe a rush to try to improve the budget. And I guess I'm just looking, is there no appetite, I guess, on council or admin to work on this? It just seems like we want to rush and get it done. And not certainly shooting at admin. This could be council's needs to own this as well. But to me, I was kind of shocked how small the binder was this year compared to the previous 7 other budget deliberations I've been involved with, and we only set aside 2 days. Not saying we might go to the 3rd or 4th day, but to me, it just seems like this isn't important to the organization, including council.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, from administration's perspective, we've still done the same level of heavy lifting over a 4 to 6 month period that we do any other year. The change is going from a zero-based budgeting approach. So historically, when you had up $1 billion in revenue, and then the 18.1 tax ratio needed to come down to the 5-to-1, they flipped to doing a zero-based budgeting approach, which is extremely labor-intensive. So one of the things that I brought back to council and in-camera session was the strategy to take a more traditional approach to budgeting, which is utilizing trend analysis. The details that you've received in the budget historically was right down to the detailed level within each cost center so that you could see every single line item. That information is still available, and council, I thought we had communicated that information was available if you wish to see it. We were trying to simplify the content that you would be receiving. What you have in your binders, it just drills down further into, say, the subunit level, where I have 8 branches or 8 departments, and then there's branches within the department. We just haven't given you all of the minutia, but the dollar values haven't changed. And I do have a binder here that gives all of that extra content, and we're happy to share that electronically with council if they would like to see additional details.
Okay, so it's just, I guess through the chair, Lori, it's safe to say there's less information in these binder than there has been in previous years, and maybe that's reflective on going from zero to trend. What do you call it, trend analysis, or so that would be the
through the chair, that is part of it. We were trying to simplify it. When I asked council if they were supportive of that approach, I understood that the high volume of getting down into the details wasn't of value, and my proposal was to take a higher level simplified approach.
Okay.
So we're not trying to hide any data. The information is there, and I'm happy to share at a break, or as I said, we can communicate it electronically. Other organizations generally do a 4-year budget where they go into a lot of detail and then they just revisit it on an annual basis. I was trying to simplify the process in respect to council's time, simplifying it as well for all of those who participate in these meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bussier. I don't see any other questions, so we'll move on to the operating budget presentations, Lori. You want to present that, please?
All right. Thank you. We will start with the mayor and council's operating budgets. I will pause at the end of each area for any questions. At the end of Q3, $17,609 in revenue was recognized, which is 67% of the annual budget. Many of the revenue sources titled Transfers from Reserves in 2024 were related to carry forwards from prior years. As such, you may see zero revenue in 2025, which is the case on this slide. This will be the case in many operating budget slides today as we shift the methodology to fiscal accountability. For expenses, the year-to-date total is $903,757, which is 63% of the annual budget. For 2025, the proposed operating budget is $1,495,793. The projected expenses are $54,476 higher than 2024. This increase reflects a 3.2% adjustment to mayor and council remuneration based on the Alberta market adjustment versus exempt compensation increases in 2023. This slide provides an overview of the budget allocated to mayor and council. This format presents the expenses and budget by functional area with the same columns as the previous slide. The regional council budget includes councillor salaries and benefits, contract and general services, and materials. The projected expenses for council-related business at the functional level anticipates operating costs for direct expenses related to each councillor. The mayor's budget includes salaries and benefits for his position as well as budget for day-to-day business expenses for the office of the mayor. This concludes the section for mayor and council budget.
Thank you, Lori. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I don't know who would be able to clarify this question. I see expenses for each councillor varies, and some of them vary significantly. Can I have some explanation? I see I'm in the upper bracket, so I'm trying to, at least for the education of everyone, including the public, if we can get some clarification, that would be nice.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I can certainly go through line by line. So the mayor has a year-to-date expense of $191,449. The mayor's budget includes his salary and then various expenses for the operations of the mayor's office. Each councillor has a minor budget of $15,480 in most cases, with the exception of Ward 2, which has a higher budget related to more expensive travel costs. And then we have Ward 3, there's an anticipation of additional increased travel, and as well for Ward 4. So that's a difference in the actual budget is related to travel. The year-to-date is related to each councillor's day-to-day business to provide council services or council business. Does that explain?
Like going for conferences and things like that, would that be?
Through the chair, the very first line is the regional council budget. That is where a lot of things like training, contracted services, legal services, and any events that you would participate in, like RMA and AUMA.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Weigel.
Did I miss one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Lori, for, again, it's my first time to speak to you, but thank you to you and your team for the tremendous amount of work that this took. So thank you for that. Looking, just to piggyback on Councillor Banjoko's comment, with Ward 2, both ward members are, their budget is at $47,980. I'm assuming that's just in case both ward members end up from Fort Chipewyan, who does need to take a flight down. Do we adjust that when the ward member does not come from Councillor Walkwin is from Fort McKay, which to me would be the same as Councillor Lavalley traveling in from Anzac or Conklin or Janvier. And so if we ever looked at adjusting that, just that budget number based on because we'll know for 4 years basically at that point that they won't be taking flights all the way down. I do understand Councillor Cardinal's budget as it is an expense to come down, but I think when it's not all the way up there, maybe we could adjust that.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that is something that we have discussed, and certainly for the next term, we'll know where the council is placed, and I would anticipate that we would adjust the budget accordingly.
Do we have any other questions from council related to the mayor and council proposed budget? Councillor Dogar?
Yes, Madam, Ward 3 councillor is just sitting next to the municipal offices. I think the budget should be adjusted accordingly. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I didn't quite catch the question.
The question he has replied by laughing.
Oh.
He is just next to the building, so his budget should might come down.
Well,
Just for confirmation, right now it's questions related to the mayor and council budget, Councillor Dogar. And I believe Councillor Weigel lives in Sapper Creek. Thanks.
Yes, Councillor Weigel has been very frugal with his budget, and though his business operations may be downtown, he is traveling from Sapper Creek. Yeah.
Are there any questions from council related to the mayor and council proposed budget? I'm not seeing any. Laura, if you want to move on to the office of CEO.
Thank you. The Office of the Chief Administrative Officer is led by the CAO, Henry Hunter. The key organization changes that occurred were shifting existing positions within the organization to establish the Office of the Chief of Staff. This included streamlining the CAO reporting relationships and integration of government relations and the reestablishment of industry relations. At the end of Q3, the total revenue recognized was $10,509, which is 25% of the annual budget. This shortfall is due to underspending of carry-forward funds from 2023. There is no proposed revenue for 2025, marking a $39,800 reduction from 2024. Carry-forward funds are not considered for 2025. The total expenses at Q3 were $1,375,592, which is 74% of the annual budget. The proposed 2025 expenses show an increase of $172,766 over 2024. $91,806 is related to an adjustment in salaries for transferred positions, and $80,159 is related to an increase in consulting fees. This concludes my summary of the Office of the CAO.
Thank you, Laurie. Does council have any questions related to the Office of CEO's proposed budget? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you again for the presentation. So the salary adjustment for the Office of CAO is $172,000.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, the increase in salaries is $91,806.
For how many staff?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I don't have that in front of me right now. It's just a minor increase, and there were additional staff that were transferred in to establish the Chief of Staff office.
91,000 is not minor, so I would like to get a bit more clarification from CAO. Thank you.
So when and then the other position is the position which provides support to mayor and council.
So there was an additional position?
That's correct, yes. It was transferred in, yes.
Yep, okay.
I think
Good morning,
Mr.
Councillor.
Harrison, you have some comments about that?
If I can chime in, Matthew Harrison, Chief of Staff, through the chair to Councillor Banjoko.
Yes.
So 2 positions were transferred, 2 existing positions were transferred from within the organization into the CAO's office. So it's funds that were already spread throughout different areas of the department, of the organization. And it's 2 people, as the CEO said, namely to support things like government relations, industry relations.
Okay. So Okay, so they were in different positions, but they were moved to your organization.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. That's correct. As the CFO said at the beginning of her remarks, she talked about the dissolving of the Director of Communications position, which was my position. So that was eliminated, well, that was transferred to Chief of Staff position, and then the position actually moved into the CAO's office.
Okay. Thank you. And then the other portion of the increase was accounted for by...
Through the to Councillor Banjoko.
No, this question will be to CFO. Thank you, CSO. Yeah, so if transfer of positions, but what would be the reason for the increase?
Go ahead then. Yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So the consulting fees, but again, that was a transfer of existing dollars that existed at the time in the communications engagement department. That was government relations consulting fees. So that moved over to the CAO's office as well. So a number of the increases that you see in the CAO's office is the movement of existing buckets of money just into the CAO's cost center.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Dogar?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The same question. COS, I know Matthew is most competent and handpicked for this job. Is it a substitute to Deputy Mayor? Deputy Mayor was the old appointment, and he was ready to take over any time in the absence of the CEOs. In the last year or 2 years, frequently CEOs has been taken, went out. So Deputy Mayor, Deputy CEO was always in a position to take over. So is it a substitute to CEO position or Deputy CEO?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, no, it is not. It's the Deputy CEO position, I believe, was also eliminated as part of the changing in the structure of the organization. The Chief of Staff position is not the equivalent of that position. This role is to support the CAO, to reduce the number of direct reports that he had, and then to carry out a variety of different responsibilities, as we already discussed, things like that. Industry relations, government relations, and then support the CAO as required, and support council as well as a number of the conferences that you attend. Of course, I'm there to support as required.
Thank you very much. Of course, all the staff are to support CAO, and now there are 4, and previously there were 2. But CEO's designation is very at top level. 2 armies of the world. One is a Canadian army and one is of my back country. The head of the man who were 700,000 people commanded, his designation was CEO, Chief of Staff. So I just don't reconcile the name of this appointment. I acknowledge your competency and your grip of the work. There's no doubt about it. But I don't know, was it approval of the council or not? And, I don't know about it.
Through the Councillor Dogar, the Chief of Staff is supporting the CAO's office as described. We have a senior leadership team that was in that chart that I mentioned. Everybody along the bottom is a part of the senior leadership team, and the CAO works with the senior leadership team and identifies one of those members to act on his behalf when he is not here.
Fine.
Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Lori, if you want to move on to international relations.
Thank you. The Indigenous and Rural Relations Department is led by Director Dennis Fraser. The key organization changes that occurred was rural operations were integrated into IRR, moving from Public Works, and Fort Chipewyan Hamlet operations were integrated into IRR, also moving from Public Works. At the end of Q3, IRR recognized $4,109,005 in revenue, which is 79% of the annual budget. For 2025, the projected revenue will decrease by $4,450,976, which is the result of depleting carry-forwards from prior years. Total expenses at Q3 are $14,783,030, or 69% of the current budget. The proposed 2025 expenses are an increase of $2,479,392 over 2024. IRR is structured into 4 branches: Indigenous Relations, Fort Chipewyan Hamlet, Rural Operations, and IRR Administration. In 2025, Indigenous Relations has an increase of $519,718. $250,000 is related to the Indigenous Community Capacity Program grant. The remainder of the increase is driven by salaries, wages, and benefits, which includes the expectation to fill vacant positions. The Fort Chipewyan Hamlet has an increase of $358,738, mainly in salaries, expecting to be fully staffed in the upcoming year. The increase for rural operations of $1,585,359 is due to increased funding for the Fort Chipewyan Winter Road and additional projects for rural road assessments and repairs. This concludes the overview for Indigenous and Rural Relations.
Thank you, Lori. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For 24, this year, the budget is mentioned, but 25, it is not mentioned. This, why this column is kept blank?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, transfers from reserves for operations was used historically when there was carry forward budgets from a prior year. Where we're trying to get to is for operating areas to utilize the funding that they have in any given year and then not be carrying forward dollars. When they carry forward money from prior years, it's very difficult determine what they truly need, and it actually skews the financial reporting. So in this case, say for example, we get through to the end of the fiscal year in 2025, if there's funding left over, instead of it going into a reserve for the division to use, we would actually transfer it into a general operating reserve for the entire organization. It's just a new approach that we're taking to ensure that individual budgets are being properly utilized and we have a better sense of the trends of what they truly need.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, not so much a question, but a compliment to putting all of these rural activities and interactions under this department. Just makes a tremendous amount of sense to me. And I just wanted to compliment everybody involved in that decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going back to the construction of the Winter Road, it's tripled the cost this year for the proposed budget. Do we know why?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I'm not sure that it is triple strictly for the Winter Road.
The 2024, we were able to use a portion of carry forward towards the Winter Road in 2024. Those funds not being available in 2025, it appears that there's an increase in the budget, but
that was 2.7 million.
That's how much it normally costs.
Gotcha. And so the actual budget was lower because we were using the portion that carried forward?
That's correct.
What other area, was there any other significant uses for that carry forward? That was the biggest discrepancy.
General operations and rural road maintenance as well was the other part of that carry forward.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so we want to move on to legal services. Lori? Oh, sorry, Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation again. So back to the salaries and wages. I think one of the comments we had last year is if we can just have an overview of the number of staff and things like that, so we won't be scratching our heads as to how many people are in each division. But that's still lacking this year. We don't have a general overview of. Some of them just have one line item, so it's not really completely clear.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, this was one of the greatest challenges that we were navigating as an organization, was identifying how many people were in any given department. And the reason for that was right up until we had already published the budget, we were still doing adjustments to where positions were going to be. So the reorganization was quite significant, and we have a few different systems where that information is maintained. We know from a total that I think in my opening presentation, I spoke to the total positions, and we do have a handout at a high level that I can give you. And if you are wanting to have positions at the divisional level, we do have that information, just not available in a handout at this point in time, but I can have it out by the end of the day.
Yeah, I think having the total figure of 1,500 and all that doesn't really tell us much per division, and just to know how, top heavy or whatever is accounts for the amount of money that goes to the salaries. So you talked about the adjustments and reorganizations. That's why we didn't have it this time, but there are some of them that maybe I personally would like to know how we arrived at the figures.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, we'll have a handout by the end of the day to support those numbers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Do we have any other questions of council regards to Indigenous and rural relations? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, Lori.
The Legal Services Department is led by Director Susan Trelinsky. The key organization changes that occurred were the streamlining of leadership positions. At the end of Q3, Legal Services recognized $27,225 in revenue, which is 95% of the annual budget. For 2025, there is a minor revenue source anticipated for sales and user charges of $4,500. The total expenses at Q3 are $4,795,648, which is 73% of the annual budget. For 2025, the proposed expenses increased by $1,161,841. This is primarily due to ongoing litigation, environmental remediation, and continuation of projects. The primary increases are related to environmental remediation work, which has historically been funded from carry forward, and FOIP, managing an ongoing project requiring external contracted services. This concludes my overview of legal services.
Thank you, Lori. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam, there's an increase of 1,161,000. How do you justify it?
What are the details for that one? So under environmental and regulatory, there is an increase of $631,513 as presented on this screen. That is related to environmental remediation activities that are under contract. Under FOIP and policy, we have an ongoing litigation and we have contracted services of $519,230 in addition to what the original budget was to carry on that FOIP work. And then there's $11,098 under legal services, which would be related to staffing.
Thank you. One thing more, it also includes the expenses that incur on the Integrity Commissioner investigations.
Through the chair to Councillor Dar, that would be included under the council budget, under the regional council line item. That's where those expenses would be.
Thank you.
Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to Laurie. Laurie, on the consultant, I think it says consultant fees, and you may have already explained this, but it jumps from 276 to $1,075,000. It's about an $800,000 increase.
Mm-hmm. We have ongoing litigation as I'm trying to avoid saying the litigation. We have ongoing litigation that is causing increased external services that are required.
Okay, so that's reflective in the $800,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Laurie, if you want to continue with 4.5.
The Legislative Services Department is led by the Chief Legislative Officer, Jade Brown. Additional internal resources were realigned to support an increase in legislative priorities and realignment of organizational work in 2024. At the end of Q3, Legislative Services recognized $12,351 in revenue, which is 76% of the annual budget. Total expenses at Q3 were $2,016,850, which is 73% of the budget. In 2025, there was a minor revenue budget for sales and user charges of $7,000. There is a proposed increase in expenses of $610,245 in 2025 due to the planned municipal election. This concludes the overview of legislative services.
Thank you, Laurie. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, Laurie. Thanks.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. You okay? Councillor Benjogo?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Actually, the increase of 610,000. As you were telling us what that is for, there was a door jam, so I didn't hear that.
$610,245 is, okay, so it's actually the contracted general services, $573,660 is related to the municipal election that will be occurring next year. Those are the anticipated expenses for the unit.
Thank you.
And just going along with Councillor Benjogo, is that with the new municipal rules for elections, are we kind of aiming a little low on this? Just because I've talked to other municipalities and there's quite a concern that the election that's going to be hand counted is going to be quite expensive.
Through the chair to the chair, I would have to defer to the CLO to respond to that.
Thank you, through the chair. We did take a look at what other municipalities have been budgeting. This budget does take into consideration adjustments as a result of proclamation of Bill 20. We do believe we are on a conservative side of our budgeting, and we do believe that hand counting ballots will essentially cost us more, as you'll see in our line-by-line detailed budget. We have attributed the majority of those expenses to paying our election workers.
Perfect. Thank you, Cielo. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I don't know if I saw it or if it's come up. With the organizational just with the head count in each department, is it possible at some point, and probably even before tomorrow, because I don't know, it's not going to stop the budget probably getting approved, but just seeing what where the head counts were in the old departments versus the new departments and see where that's at.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that was an exercise that we were trying to finalize. We were trying to be able to speak to what the approved and budgeted positions were versus what the org chart was, and we've literally, I would be speculating on the percentage of movement, but almost every division has significant movement that has occurred. And our primary focus was on the dollars associated with that funded position. We do now have that data, and we have worked with People Services to ensure that we are aligned. We just didn't have it available in time to present, but we will be able to show you the numbers for each area. I don't know that will be on an org chart by the end of the day, though. Yeah,
I wouldn't expect necessarily an org chart by the end of the day, but it would be cool it'd be good for us to have eventually, just so we can see it. But I would think a general head count would be possible, just saying finance has this many. So when we're looking at salaries, we do have an idea of how many people that is.
Yeah, absolutely. I will try to get that as soon as possible. I believe that the labor costing analysts are already working on it.
Thank you.
Councillor Weigel? I'm not seeing him. Laura, if you want to move into RES.
Okay, thank you. I am told that we will have that breakdown of FTEs, budget positions break.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, so next we have Regional Emergency Services. Jody Butts is the Regional Fire Chief leading the Regional Emergency Services. This department didn't see any organizational structures in 2024. At the end of Q3, RES recognized $11,344,987 in revenue, 94% of their budget. The proposed revenue for 2025 is an increase in $1,606,010 due to the Emergency Management Services dispatch contract of $1,200,000 and a 911 grant of $400,000. The 2025 projected expenses are anticipated to increase by $1,347,413, mainly due to an adjustment in the funding methodology for salaries, wages, and benefits. RES is structured into 4 branches: emergency management, integrated emergency response, professional services, and RES administration. There is an increase for the Integrated Emergency Response Branch of $1,595,064 to more accurately account for overtime. Due to required qualifications and difficulty recruiting, overtime occurred to ensure minimum staffing levels. This concludes the overview of RES.
Thank you, Laurie. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I have a couple of questions, and I don't know if for Chief Butts or Laurie.
Chief Butts is here.
I'm just looking at the wages and overtime, and I know Chief Butts addressed it last year's concerns on the amount of overtime, the stress on his staff, and yet we look like we're doubling it this year. So I guess I'm just wondering where you are with your staffing complement, Jody. It's concerning that overtime is being doubled or proposed to double, and I'm just thing I look at is, are we short that many folks?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that concern remains still. We increased our staffing ratio to be the highest in the province, and yet we continue to be challenged with the leaves that currently exist with existing staff, and then a lesser degree of the recruitment, but that is I guess a concern that we're looking to the future is from a competitive environment out there. Other departments are also hiring at this time as well. So I can add to that by saying we're not unique. When I talk to other departments across the province, similar type of challenges that they're faced with surging overtime costs due to shortage of staffing. And again, those staffing come from leaves of many kinds. Those leaves are higher than they were post-COVID. I'm not here to suggest that that's the reason, but they are definitely maintaining at a higher rate than they were before.
Okay, so I guess my concern is, we talked about it last year. It doesn't seem like we've made any progress. Is there anything that council can do? Like, I look at your numbers and I know it's got to be stressful on you and your team.
Yeah.
And obviously the folks that combine to work all the overtime has got to be stressful on themselves and their families. So is there anything we can do? Like, I mean, just because we talked about it last year. You were concerned about it. Sounds like we haven't really found any solution yet, and it sounds like it might even get worse.
Through the chair to Councillor Bousset, I share that concern. I'm very concerned that it's going to continue to get worse. Yeah. The really complicated question, probably deserving of an off conversation, and happy to have that. There are some thoughts that are the same as last year, and just the lack of progress moving down some of those solutions. But yeah, I share that concern. I'm continue to be very concerned about the leaves that exist.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And along those lines, Chief Butts, we spoke about a firefighter training school. Is that still something we're looking at to be able to train people locally?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, yes, absolutely. That is a part of that recruitment piece to Councillor Bousset's question. I mentioned about the competitive environment. I believe that we need to change the way part of that recruitment strategy is to start building our own people locally. And you say a school, I'm going to hear to maybe say publicly training academy.
Yeah.
Where we have traditionally focused our efforts on maintaining our competencies and skills with the medical and fire training that we currently do with our current staff, both in the rural communities and our rural departments and our full-time. I'm here to suggest that what we need to move forward is a training academy where we offer opportunities to a new career change, whether it's someone changing careers or our youth in coming up out of the high schools. We piloted a cadet program 2 years ago, which was very successful. Those are some of the things that are informing us and what we can move forward with. But certainly that's where our mindset is, and changing the way we focusing more on the local opportunity, which I believe will help with that recruitment piece in the long run.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief Butts. I mean, one of our biggest responsibilities is safety in the community, so I appreciate everything you and your staff do. A few firefighter visits this year we've already done. We're extremely I think the rest of the province has. So commend you and all your staff. Thank you. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Chief Butts, to you and your whole team. It might be the same question that Councillor Bousset asked, but what would be the top 2 reasons that we're having a hard time recruiting people and getting them?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, the employment environment is shifting, I believe. As I mentioned, the other departments out there are also struggling with shortage of staff, and they're going through their solutions. We have always been faced with our geographical location up here, so that isn't new. That's something that we have learned and created some unique strategies. I say unique to us, that you wouldn't find in other departments. But to answer your question directly, I'm going to say that. If I want to be a firefighter, the opportunities are many. out there in Alberta. And so us as a region, part of our recruitment drives, we're talking about our region and what we can offer to their families and raising families. And this is it has to be as much of a fit for them as it is for us, far greater than qualifications, where we have to be very cognizant of a lifestyle that they live in. Certainly, myself and many others on our department have been here quite a while, advocating for not only our department but our region as a part of that message. So, I guess to ensure that recruitment piece needs to maybe adjust, and we're doing it, adjust from maybe a reactive to a proactive. And so we're actually getting out there. We spent a 3-day, folks went down Edmonton in the fire training school in Vermilion, and there was another show that 3 days in a row, and they in a recruitment drive, selling both the department and the region.
Awesome. And how many firefighters would you say were short, or how many staff were we short in your department?
We're typically through the various leaves. We are in the history. I'm just going to use the COVID piece. From 8 to 12, we were hovering at. That has increased post-COVID to about 18 to 22.
Okay.
So right around that 20 unavailable staff. And when I speak of that, I speak of the response staff. That's the area where we are impacted the most. RES contains dispatchers. We have fire investigators, inspectors, training officers. When I speak of our shortage, it is in that response staff. Cool. That's our biggest concern.
Okay, thank you.
Which drives the overtime.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your excellent performance, yours and your department. Of course, for department, you are credited. I was following this season, tough season for you. I went to Janvier also to see firefighters, and you were also scheduled to go there, and also in the training area, volunteers were found. My question is, how much is the minimum training that can be given to a volunteer so that he can enjoy in any emergency? Why I'm asking this question is, maybe 1,000 or 1,500 people of the municipality, a few are laid off also, maybe they become volunteers and they stay in the town, something on these lines I'm thinking. Can you please comment?
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, let me start off by saying we deliver an integrated service delivery model that we provide both medical and fire and all the various other types of responses. It's important to recognize that within the regional emergency services, we have 7 different departments, and of those 7, 6 of them are in our rural communities that are made up of paid on call, or traditionally known as volunteered members in the city of McMurray. Our complement is of full-time staff of the IFF unionized members. The minimum qualifications in the rural areas is less about a certificate and more about commitment and time put forward to help and protect your community. That recruitment and those offers are always there for every one of our 6 rural communities. If you were to wish to become a full-time member here in Fort McMurray, as I said, we're an integrated department delivering both EMS and fire. You must have your at the basic level of a primary care paramedic, your medical. That has been that's your base level, and then we certainly can build you to be and give you certifications around the firefighter certifications. So,
thank you. Base level is for how many weeks?
Well, the primary care paramedic is governed by the Alberta College of Paramedics, and so we have to follow that governance, and that is changing. But traditionally, there was, I believe, 10 days for the first level, and then the second level. What I was referring to is 10 weeks of didactic with practicum placements in the hospital and both the ambulance. Realistically, it's about 6 to 8 months, but I can tell you that the environment, that governance body is transitioning that whole pre-hospital care program into a degree, and that is what we're hearing, and what we're probably anticipating is that's going to be extended. So that's also going to be a problematic for us. So when I say extended, what used to be 10 days, they're suggesting a year, and then a primary care paramedic would be 2 years versus 6 to 8 months. There's reason and logic to that, but we are under the governance. Something that is on our radar. Back to Mayor Bowman's comments about training academy, we've got to find some local solutions here to overcome and make sure that we're filling the need. I think it is not lost on us in RES that we cannot fail. We have to find ways to staff and make sure we're providing a high quality service with the qualified men and women out there. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Jody and the entire team. I don't want to beat this to death, but we talked about this last year, and I think we have opportunities here, or opportunity to be able to recruit or train locally, especially given the influx of immigrants and people that have challenges to make a living in our region, able-bodied people. So I'm wondering if in the very near future, if you could advise council what it will take so that we'll take a step further this year. The new year that we are going into, on how we can get started with a training plan here. Even if you can send us some information, that would be great. Is that a possibility?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, and with the support of the CAO, absolutely, we can come back to council with more details about our thoughts on the training academy for sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. This is time for the unpopular question. Have you thought about rethinking your model? And we've got dual ticketed for everything. Other communities aren't doing that, where a firefighter is a firefighter. They're not a paramedic. Is that potentially one of your challenges? Everybody needs to be a paramedic to be a firefighter, and vice versa.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, last 3 years' conversation with EMS highlights that. I will say that EMS, knowing what the alternative is if we don't deliver EMS, it's not a great alternative for what AHS is providing the delivery. I'll say that EMS is a part of our DNA, and in order to provide that good quality service that our members or our citizens have or want and expect, I would say that we have to do what we can to maintain that. From a financial perspective, I think it's instead of having two separate entities that in many times do the same amount of same work, like on an emergency scene, why couldn't you find synergies and efficiencies with dual trained staff? So we are currently in that overtime piece. What doesn't get said is that the majority of our work is in the EMS world. And when we do have a vacancy that pops up on, say, an ambulance, we pull from those fire resources initially, the coverage. And so that's why you see a seamless service delivery. And without that ability of dual train, that wouldn't happen, and you'd have empty ambulances is what they're seeing in southern Alberta. So
yeah, I'm not arguing your model. I like your model, but the overtime is beating you up. Is there something that can resolve that, where you can have someone infill in just as if paramedic is where you have the shortages? Is there a way you can infill that, so you maybe have just a few that are paramedics? I get you like the dual model, but the overtime's an issue.
Yeah,
and
through
if
the chair.
We're not going to fill the positions with dual ticketed individuals. We're not going to fill them.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Ball, there's multiple methods to do that. Part of that is through collective bargaining as well, and we're currently in that at the moment.
Right. I realize it's a challenge, but.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Lori. So right now, I think council will take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 10:55. Return to the seats, we can resume meeting. Welcome back, everyone. That went way over the 10 minutes, so we'll maybe have a little later lunch. Whenever you're ready to resume with community services.
Thank you very much, Mayor Bowman. For Council's consideration, the team has handed out a summary of the 2025 approved positions by division and department, which reconciles back to the totals I mentioned in my opening presentation. So if you do have any questions with respect to that as we go along, please let us know. You're welcome. All right, so we'll carry on with community services. Deanne Berge is the director leading the community services division. The key organization changes that occurred were integration of the following functions. Facilities and recreations were from public communications engagement. Rural relations was integrated, moving from IRR, and leadership positions were streamlined. At the end of Q3, the total revenue recognized was $14,597,191, which is 82% of the annual budget. Expenses to date are $106,731,968, or 80% of the annual budget. Under revenue for 2025, there is a reduction of $765,341 in federal grants for building stronger communities. While the work in the program will not be complete until March 31st, 2026, the grant revenue was budgeted mainly in 2023 and 2024, with a small balance planned for 2026. The revenue for fines is reduced by $401,250 due to the elimination of the automated traffic enforcement program. Other revenue is down by $1,560,000 due to the removal of the guard service at the South Policing Facility. This is revenue 2025 expenses represent an overall decrease from 2024 of $2,234,085, which is related to the transfer of programs and resources to other divisions in the organization. In addition, operational efficiencies have been introduced within the department. Community service is structured in 6 departments: bylaw services, community partnerships and initiatives, community relations and engagement, facility services, RCMP support services, and community services administration. As noted by Director Berge in her presentation on the community investment program earlier, the decrease in the community partnerships and initiative budget is related to the Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism funding, pending the establishment of a new board of directors and future plan to be presented to council. Community relations and engagement and facility services have also seen reductions in their respective budgets based on trend analysis and operational efficiencies for those departments. The increase in RCMP support services of $4,299,238 is related to an increase in the RCMP contract. This concludes the overview of community services.
Thank you, Lori. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, integrated emergency response, there's an increase. As once the budget is less in 25, that doesn't bother me. But I asked the question when it's more. So integrated emergency response, 37 million. So why this 1,595,000 more?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, that was the previous presentation for RES. I believe those questions were asked then.
Okay, not a much of it. But then is the Pulse. You are also offering Pulse now?
These services includes Pulse.
Is it a separate budget for Pulse?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, that's correct. That is included in community services.
So what I thought of the Pulse is just mapping of that exchange, that room, relaying messages and putting, connecting to different officials. So,
Berge, can you please clarify exactly
okay, sorry,
what...
it's not pertinent to the budget, so I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I take this question back.
Okay, thank you.
I'll ask her sometime again.
Councillor Dogar, want to turn your mic on there?
Community services.
Yes.
There is an increase of around
is in the RMP support services contract, which I mentioned in my presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. In each of the budgets, we've taken out the conference fees as well as the mandatory training fees. Did that get allocated into a different budget, or did we just eliminate it altogether?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, yes, we eliminated that from all division budgets, and we are managing that at a corporate level now. And then any decisions for that will come through the SLT group to review and ensure that there's a consistency and fairness in allocating those services. We have set aside, I believe it's $1 million for the organization as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In community services, there is a decrease of around 4.5 million, and that is community partners initiatives. It's a good thing. But what is community partnership initiatives?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, that ties back to the presentation that Director Berge gave earlier. Part of the reason for that reduction is because of Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporation did not receive any grant funding until a new board of directors has been established.
Thank you.
Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I'm looking at the transfers, the 3 different levels or types of transfer to local boards, individuals and organizations, and to facilities. Mm-hmm. Can I get a bit more clarification on that?
So the reduction of $3,010,320 to confirm what that is for.
So through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, those line items are directly related to the community investment program. Okay. So it's just separated out for facilities, organizations, but those numbers are all related to the presentation I gave first thing this morning.
Okay. Thank you. So there are some individuals would have the games, legacy and things like that. transferred to individuals?
Through the chair to Councillor Bajoko, that's correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, Lori, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you. As Chief Financial Officer, I'm responsible for the Corporate Services Division. The key organization changes that occurred were the development of the Asset Management Department, reallocating staff from other areas in the organization. Corporate Records staff joined the IT Department, moving from Legislative Services. Supply Chain Management were integrated within the division. Information Technology Services were centralized, and leadership positions were streamlined. The total revenue recognized by the end of Q3 was $1,243,900 the annual budget. The year-to-date expenses are $32,910,207, which is 69% of the annual budget. For 2025, we are projecting a revenue decrease of $119,307 due to reduction in the insurance premiums recovered by subsidiary corporations, which is offset by reduced insurance premium expenses. In 2025, expenses are expected to increase by $2,457,970 over 2024. This increase is driven by $1,210,803 in salaries, accounting for transfers of staff from other divisions as part of the recent reorganization. In addition, there is an increase of $1,062,680 within contracted and general services. Corporate Services is structured into 8 departments: Accounting Services, Asset Management, Assessment and Taxation, Financial Services, Information Technology, Internal Audit and Compliance, Supply Chain Management, and Office of the CFO Administration. The newly established Asset Management Department consolidates staff from multiple areas across the organization, resulting in an increased budget of $1,666,883. This includes $677,888 in salaries, wages, and benefits for the integration of staff, and $1,222,040 allocated for contracted services in the mapping services branch for pictometry. The IT department was able to reduce their 2024 budget by carrying forward funds from 2023 for operating projects. However, this is not available for 2025. There were also some increases in application software contracts moving into 2025. The Internal Audit and Compliance Department has seen a reduction of $816,521 in insurance premiums for 2025, which is offset by a decrease in revenue for the recoverable insurance premiums noted on the previous slide. That concludes the overview for corporate services.
Thank you, Laurie. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair. I see one of your large ticket items under general contracted services is insurance, but basically roughly half your budget is contracted out at what, $20 million. What are some of the other big ticket items that are contracted out? I mean, it seems about half of your services are contracted services.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, a significant portion of the contracted and general services is related to IT support. So the IT for the entire organization is all held centrally. So if anybody has software, any kind of programs, any type of equipment, all of that is held centrally under IT.
Right. So what roughly, what's that value that we contract out under IT services?
Stand by, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the contracted and general services in the IT department in particular, the proposed budget is $12,025,475,000.
Okay. Seems a lot for contractors I assume that's phone calls and help centers and whatnot, or existing contracts for upgrades or.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, I don't have all the details in front of me, but SAP supporting that is a significant cost, and I think we have over 100 applications that we support. So we do have over 50 staff in IT that are specialized for various different things, but we do end up relying on business partners to support us.
Okay.
And we have a lot of things in flight with numerous projects right now. I can certainly get more details for you.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of what that is. So, all right, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Mayor. Now, Madam, in corporate services, there's a rise of budget by about 5 million. And that is in asset management. So, are the things won or parks being coming under down, or roads are getting bad? So there's certainly 4 millions rise.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the asset management branch is a brand new branch or a brand new department that was developed. As we presented to council on a few occasions, we have brought a group together to have a corporate lens on all of our asset management. That includes roads, it includes all of our infrastructure, buildings. There's a huge list of infrastructure. I believe we have upwards of 300 different items on a corporate registry. The team that was brought together were transferred from various different areas in the organization. So as we go through all of these divisional overviews, you're going to see some areas that have a significant reduction because staff was transferred. So for asset management, every one of the employees that was brought on board was actually transferred from an area. So that's why you're seeing that higher cost for asset management. We had some of those positions at the beginning of the year, in the beginning of this year, but then as we finalized the org structure, positions were transferred from other areas. We've also got some funding in there for some training and contracted services.
Thank you, madam. Very appropriate reply. But what I see is for the previous years, a lump sum amount was mentioned. It was not every year program. If every year program, then we can make up the analysis why this increase. And if the average was worked out for 2024, then the average is 2,377,000. So 2 million, right?
Perhaps I could clarify a little bit. The line item that you're seeing under corporate services for asset management is for salary, wages, and benefits of the team. When I presented the asset management in previous presentations, I was talking about the asset management for capital, which is looking at the entire infrastructure for the region. So we'll be getting into that in a lot more detail tomorrow when we present the capital budget. Does that help?
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks again. I'm looking at the bank charges and short-term interest. It's already high, but would increase in the coming year. Why is that? I think it's significant for bank charges. I thought it was the use of POS or one of the administrative process of collection of fees and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, the bank charges and interest are related to point of sale, as we've discussed before. So wherever we have a collecting any kind of money, there's point of sale, but we also have various bank charges. I'm not 100% sure why we're seeing a $56,000 increase. We're just looking at the details now.
Yes.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, a bulk of the increase is attributed to monthly Interact processing fees have increased almost $30,000, that section alone, and that's in our customer services branch.
Okay. So these charges we are billed by the banking organizations or
Through
systems.
the chair, yes, it's our Interact services, so Moneris is our current provider.
Okay, thank you. I believe they are non-negotiable. They're non-negotiable, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, the fees are associated with an agreement, but it's all driven by volume. So the more people are using online type services, the higher fees are going to be. And we are certainly trying to encourage people to pay online, to pay at their bank versus coming in person.
Oh, so if more people pay online and bank, it will reduce this cost to RMWB, right? If more people pay online, is it better or?
Well, it's going to be better. To manually do it on the front end.
Yeah.
People are doing it online, the fee is lower.
Okay.
But if you have an increased uptake, then we're going to see costs increasing in one area, but you see a reduction in other areas.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, because I actually think that more people pay and do their transactions online more than previous years. And I also think maybe the public knows, maybe they can help us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair. I had one more question about contracted services for audit and compliance. We're spending, it's great to see that there's a reduction of $800,000, but we're still spending $6 million in contracted services for audit and compliance.
Through the Councillor Ball, that's actually related to insurance. So that's the insurance services. We don't actually have any contracted services yet in the internal audit and compliance, but we do anticipate to have a internal audit contract next year.
Okay.
But we did, I think it was over $800,000 that we saved. $816,521 for our insurance premiums have gone. That's the amount they've gone down.
And that's a good thing, but so from my perspective, general contracted services is just this giant category that can have a million things in it. So it would sure be nice if this just said insurance fees or whatever instead of general contracted services.
Right.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Back to internal auditors. How many auditors do we have right now?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, we have one internal auditor and we have a manager of internal audit, and we're in the process of hiring a second auditor, which we created through the reorganization, through the elimination of another position.
Okay, so the manager manages that one staff, or?
Well, the manager of insurance compliant and audit has a larger team, but that includes the internal audit function.
Okay, so insurance, internal audit, and a few other staff will be under the manager.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Can you explain an employee relation budget?
Through the chair to HR, if you could please answer that.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, the practice that's been in place is that there's an allocation of funds per employee throughout the organization where the individual departments, directors have an opportunity to use those funds to support team building activities, potentially bringing in coffees or things like that if there's times when groups are working later. I want to say it's approximately $50 per employee. I'm certainly happy to confirm that piece, but it's applied consistently across the organization.
So that
areas.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weigel. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Lori, just to feed off Councillor Banjaco's banking services. Are we going back out to the market for banking services?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, yes, we had extended our agreement with RBC by 1 year to give us enough time to go to market to get a new contract. It is on our plan for 2025 to secure a new banking arrangement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dogar.
Asked for late. Thank you very much. Madam, I just want to ask for the clarification what the Lance Boussier, asked the question, is it because of our savings that we have in the bank or we have invested somewhere? I have the impression that about 1 billion close to that we have savings and we are getting profit out of that.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, can you please clarify the question?
The question is, I believe, right or wrong, you can correct me, we have 1 billion in the savings and we get the profit out of that. Is it right or not?
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, yes, we have over $1 billion in investments and we do receive interest income on those investments.
Thank you very much for, but it has considerably decreased. That puts me at ask question why it has increased. Is it managed properly through a firm or through your own staff?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, our investments have not decreased. We're talking 1.3 billion, and it does grow. But we also recognize interest income on the expense side of the equation. We see that revenue in the revenue budget on an annual basis. Councillor Boussier was asking about the RBC contract for our day-to-day banking. That is a different item. Okay. That is strictly for our banking services, but there's also a connection with our SAP system. So it's a bit more complicated than just going out to get somebody to manage the day-to-day cash account.
Thank you. You see, my question is not increase or decrease in the asset. My question is decrease of the income, the profit, the interest we are getting. Am I right or not?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I don't actually have that in front of me. I know that we were seeing a decrease in our interest revenue for 2025 because in the current year, what we had estimated, we had over-anticipated the value of the interest income that we would get from our investments. So yes, we did reduce the interest income for 2025. That was because of the change in the interest rates.
Normally interest rate has increased overall in the market. So why we are getting less? Are you satisfied how it is managed? Is it managed through a private firm or by own staff?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, if you're referring to the interest revenue that we receive, a good portion of that is coming from the bank account, but it is also from our investment portfolios. We have 3 different investment portfolios, and I'm very happy with the internal team and the brokers that we use to manage our funds.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair. I just had one more question about internal audit. How many staff did we have in that department?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, we have 2 approved internal auditors. We only have 1 on staff right now, and then there is a manager that is also an auditor that oversees the group.
For that entire group, internal audit and compliance, there's 2 people?
3.
3, okay, so 3 approved.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be more.
Okay, yeah,
You got
pardon me.
$1.1 million there.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, there has been a recent temporary adjustment in staffing, so that's where my brain is going when I'm thinking about audit. The audit team is just the 2 auditors, but there's also 3 employees that are on the insurance team, and then there's a tangible capital asset analyst that is also included with that group. So there has been a temporary shift for some of those employees into other areas so that we can focus on the internal audit. But the dollars here include all of those staff. We haven't adjusted for that for a 6-month change.
So you have a change of $300,000 in salaries from last year to this year, obviously because of the shuffling, I assume. But it's temporary. So where did they go after?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the reduction of the $507,661 under internal audit and compliance is related to those insurance savings.
No, I realize that, but you have an increase in salaries of $116,000 because of the shuffle of peoples, and you're saying that that's a temporary move, and I assume they're going somewhere else. Where is that accounted for?
No, through the chair to Councillor Ball, the shuffle happened after we produced this. The additional salaries are related to the net new auditor, and then what else? We transferred 1 QP employee into that group as well. So there was 2 additions that were transferred from other areas.
So how many people are covered under that 1.1 proposed for 2025? And is that for the full calendar year?
7.
Full calendar year?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. If you want to continue, Laura.
All right. Thank you very much. Next, we have the Environmental Services Division, which is led by Director Antoine Remp. The key organization changes that occurred were the integration of trade services with maintenance services, and leadership positions were streamlined. At the end of Q3, total revenue recognized by environmental services was $45,917,043, representing 82% of the annual budget. Expenses to date total $52,996,930, which is 72% of the annual budget. For 2025, we are projecting an increase in revenue of $5,122,177, largely driven by planned increases in user fees as defined within the Fees, Rates, and Charges bylaw, which is effective April 1st, 2025. We anticipate an increase of $5,694,044 in expenses. The increase is primarily driven by $2,032,343 in salaries, wages, and benefits, which includes staff transfers from other areas of the organization. Contracted services costs will increase by $1,455,994, including new operational projects. Additionally, expenses for materials, goods, and supplies are projected to increase by $2,637,703 due to operational projects and inflationary impacts to inventories for chemicals and salts. The bear-resistant bin initiative requires an additional $600,000 in 2025 to continue with the program. Overall, there is a net budget increase of $571,867. This concludes the overview for environmental services. No, it does not. Environmental services is structured into 6 departments: maintenance, solid waste, underground services, wastewater treatment, water treatment, and environmental services administration, which includes technical services. The budget increase in the maintenance department is primarily due to the integration of trade services and the inclusion of new operating projects, restocking of instruments, and mechanical supplies. The underground services increase of $1,211,001 is primarily due to the closed-circuit television program. The decrease of $1,343,848 for wastewater treatment department is from the conclusion of operating projects. The primary budget increases for the water treatment department relates to planned operational projects and inflationary costs for materials and supplies, as noted on the previous slide. This concludes the overview for the Environmental Services Department.
Thank you, Lori. Councillor Ball.
Thank you through the chair. I'm going to guess we're going to need the director's help on this question. So the regulated extended producer responsibility program that's out, other communities are moving to it, and I'm just wondering where we're at. I believe we had to have applied for phase 1 and be accepted by, I think that timeline has passed, and if maybe Director Ramp can give us a little update on that and whether or not we're where we're at.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, you are correct that the Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR, program has been launched by the province 2 years ago, and the deadline for the full program is April 1st, 2025. As for right now, the program really focuses on recycling. We do have in the recycling process, we have the collection, we have the material recycling facility where we stop the recycling, and we have the transfer depots. So right now, in the process of going to pay us to do it. So they gave us an offer for the collection, and they're going to give us an offer for the material recycling facility and also for the transfer depots in the next 30 days. So it's underway for the first phase, and so that's pretty much the update we have at this point.
Okay, so basically that means we're becoming their contractor per se, right? We're delivering service for them and paid for it?
For the chair to Councillor Ball, that is correct. At this point, we are now becoming a contractor for Circular for the next 18 months, right, after which they're going to either renew the contract or they're going to go to market.
Right, and potentially could go to market depending on how things go. But what's the value of that savings, I guess, for us, or the revenue? Roughly, ballpark.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, for the collections, it's going to be just over $2 million that we're going to receive. And we don't know yet for the MRF and for the transfer depot what the amount would be for those two contracts.
So minimum a couple $1 million, could be more. So it's a good savings. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask you, there is a rise in the budget of 25 in materials, goods, supplies by 2.6 million. What is the materials, special materials, supplies and utilities?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the $2,637,703 million was due to operational projects and inflationary impacts for materials such as chemicals and salts. I'll have to defer to Director Remp to speak to the operational projects.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, there are a lot of projects that we have on the go between the 6 different branches. We do have a lot of. Last year, before the budget, we had a cut right towards the end of the budget preparation, and we cut 10% on a lot of our supplies and chemicals. So now we're seeing that number based on experience that we're adding that number back in. So that's a big portion of that increase that you see. And other projects could be meter replacement program for UGS or like inventory maintenance. We do have the bear bin program, which has an increase from 2024 to 2025 of about $630,000. So we're going to buy more bear bins because they've been very popular. So that's another part of that increase. So multiple different projects and inventories that is being replenished.
Thank you. Madam, my next question is about the contingency. 5 million is in 24 and 25. It's not mentioned at all. Are we not spending anything?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the contingencies in most cases are being eliminated. As I mentioned earlier, there was a use of carry forward funds from prior years, and we're trying to move away from utilizing carry forwards unless we have rationale to support it. So in this case, no, there is no carry forward planned for 2025.
Fine. And consulting services, 1.5 million around increase.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, as Director Remp mentioned, there's new projects. So the increase, one of the increases is for a feasibility study. So we've anticipated the, I can't say the dollar value because we haven't gone to market yet. So we're going to be doing a Fort Chippewa Lake intake relocation feasibility. We're looking at instrumentation and control services and wastewater. That will be another operational contract. We're looking at professional services for pond research with the University of Waterloo, new cell fill plan, building and pumps. We have a PLC replacement and SCADA upgrades in a wastewater control room, electrical upgrades on equipment at the wastewater treatment plant, lift station HVAC repairs. And so all of those, actually the last with the equipment and everything I just mentioned is $636,000 in net increases there.
Fine. $2.5 million. This is there in the contracted and general services, increase of 2.5 million.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I believe Director Remp just answered that question. Was there something specific that he did not answer?
Correct. I'm giving round figures, 2.5 million. Maybe it is a little less, you know. Yes, same thing, contracted and general services.
What are you asking?
Yes, that's what I have asked. She's searching it.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I'm not sure how to answer your question. I can just repeat what I have here. Additionally, expenses for materials, goods, and supplies are projected to increase by $2,637,703 due to operational projects and inflation impacts to inventories for chemicals and salts. The increase to chemicals alone is over $1 million. The contracted services is $1.4 million increase.
Okay, the idea is to draw your attention and the concerned branch. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question just to Director Remp. What communities are we doing with the bear bin and how close are we doing? Is the plan to do all of our MWB and how close will it be done by the end of 2025?
For the chair to Councillor Weiger, that is a great question. So given the cost of the bin, our focus has been the green belt areas or the high sensitivity bear interaction areas. And in 2024, we've just looked after the rural communities and part of Fickwood. In 2025, we're looking at adding an additional just under 3,000 bins. And those communities that are going to be serviced by those bins for 2025 are going to be high bear areas in Timberley and downtown. And our plan is in 2026. So 2025 would be phase 4, and 2026 would be phase 3, sorry, and 2026 would be phase 4. And phase 4, we're looking at adding 4,000 bins, and that would allow us to look after downtown, waterways, Abasand, Gregoire, Prairie Creek, and Parsons Creek.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I see we have exempt salary regular, 5.5 million, which would increase to 5.6 million. We have 35 exempt staff in environmental, in this organization. And we have 246 people generally working there. That's a lot of exempt staff to start with. But then we also have exempt standby, 378 this year, and next year it will go down a little bit. So I'm really totally a bit confused about so many exempt staff, and then there's exempt standby. What is exempt standby? And it's a lot.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, I'll have to refer to Director Remp to answer that question.
Chair to Councillor Benjoko, for a lot of our areas, we do have 24-hour coverage. So the exempt staff is usually not working at night. So when we talk about standbys, that's for them to be on call. So it's a shift premium that they receive to be on call. So it's not additional staff. It's part of their wages to be there during the day and then be available at night for emergencies.
Yeah, and the chair to Councillor Benjoko, that line item is actually reduced by $14,128 for 2025.
I thank you, CFO. I understand, but I think it's a lot. But it's explaining that they stand by, so they are on call, and I also see a lot of overtime wages. So I don't know how we manage the overtime in departments like this, because it's going to be about almost 3 million next year. So sometimes it's actually, I mean, I'm not teaching you, but I think sometimes hiring people might even be cheaper than paying 3 million extra for overtime, because that's like 10% of the wages in that department.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, that is a great point. Some of the overtime, there's not a whole lot we can do about it. Like if we have a water break in the middle of the night or on the weekends, we often would call staff on overtime. But we are cognizant of that number, and we're going to work on reducing the overtime for areas where we can, which could be attending conferences and also shift changes, which can incur overtime. So we're going to work to reduce that number where we can, but there are some areas where we don't really have control over how many breaks we have in the system.
Okay, thank you. I would like for us to keep track and maybe circle back and see how we are doing. It's not only this department, but this has really caught my attention. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I will say from the people services side, these are two areas of focus that we're looking at. There's currently a project underway to evaluate supervision across the organization. And then secondary to that, the on-call compensation that's in place. So we're actively reviewing that at this time. And then we have a shared commitment in reviewing and evaluating overtime across the organization. It's something that'll be brought to all leaders' attention over the next year. We're stewarding towards an overall reduction.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Joko. Do you have any other questions from council? Councilor Dover?
Thank you, sir. There is a quite increase in the maintenance, and that is about 3 million.
Councilor Dover, could you put your mic down a little bit so your mic will pick you up? Just pull it down.
Sorry for that. There is a quite increase in expenses of 25 year, and it's 3 millions. Probably some material is bought. Contractor and general services. It has gone from 3 to 5 millions.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the maintenance area is a new group, a portion of a new group. We had trades that was transferred from public works over into environmental services, so we did consolidation. So that's the reason for the major reason for the increase is salaries to recognize the transfer of staff.
Thank you. No other question.
Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you. The next up is the Organizational Support Services Division, which is led by Director Kelly Hansen. The key organization changes that occurred were integration of strategic communications from the Communications and Engagement Division. The Equity and Inclusion Program was integrated from Community Services. Organizational Effectiveness Branch was established to implement the shared implementation framework and identify opportunities for organizational efficiencies, and leadership positions were percent of the annual budget. The year-to-date expenses are $11,444,232, which is 62% of the annual budget. Looking forward, proposed expenses for 2025 are expected to decrease by $1,919,878 compared to 2024. This is due to a combination of reductions in contracted services of $949,016 and salaries of $961,474 with the transition of resources to other divisions. The division is structured into 4 departments: People Services, Safety, Strategic Communications, and Organizational Support Services Administration. The decreases in various departments are related to cost savings identified on the previous slide, with the exception of the Safety Department. The increase of $636,332 is due to the integration of salaries and benefits from other divisions with the creation of the Organizational Effectiveness Branch within the Safety Department. This concludes the overview of Organizational Support Services.
Thank you, Laurie. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any.
The Planning and Development Division.
Sorry, Laurie, Councilor Banjoko.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was debating whether to ask the question or not. So I see we've talked about the exempt staff and standby and this and that, but standby for this department will be under what, life safety, or was that standby again for 78,000 is going to be 88,000 next year. Could you please clarify what the standby is for in this kind of department? I think it's only safety I can think of.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, that would be for the safety staff, but I will defer to Director Hansen to speak to that.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, you're correct. It does account for safety, but it also takes into consideration the staff from the communications team that supports the hazard season, so that wildfire spring season of preparedness with connection to flooding as well.
Thank you. Thank you. So my other thing that jumps at me is the fact that we have 73 exempt staff in that division and 7 regular staff. It's a lot. I don't understand how we have 73 exempt staff and 7 regular.
Through the Councillor Banjoko, so we do have and that's based on the nature of work that the teams deliver. What I can articulate is that we've got individuals that work in confidential environments. So we've got a claims management team, so that's short-term, long-term leave. We've got the group that delivers payroll, as well as benefits that are being delivered. And then in addition to that, we've got human resource advisors who sit alongside all of the various departments to support them in their human resource needs, a small recruiting team, a team that supports the learning and development onboarding of staff within the organization, leaders that support those portfolios, as well as a communications team that sits alongside all of the various departments. So the numbers as a whole roll up, but when you break them down and for what services are being delivered, we've got a wide variety of services that are delivered internally to the organization, as well as some of that external work that's supported with communications.
Thank you. Thank you, Samir.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. And I think right now we'll break for lunch in respect with the residents that are watching online and return at 1 p.m. for planning and development. Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue now with the operating budget presentation, and I believe we're on Planning and Development Services.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. The Planning and Development Division is led by Director Amanda Owens. The key organization changes that occurred was integration of development engineering into planning and development. The Customer Experience and Analytics Department was established, and leadership positions were streamlined. Planning and Development has recognized $1,634,338 in revenue at the end of Q3, which represents 80% of the annual budget. The year-to-date expenses are $8,731,076, which is 64% of the annual budget. For 2025, the revenue is relatively consistent with 2024, with minor increases in the elimination of carry-forward budgets. For 2025 expenses, we expect an increase of $337,306 over 2024. This increase is primarily due to salaries, wages, and benefits, recognizing additional staff transferred in, which is partially offset by reduced expenses. Planning and Development is structured into 6 departments: Customer Experience and Analytics, Development Engineering, Development Planning, Land Administration, Permitting and Inspection Services, and Planning and Development Administration. The $734,958 budget increase in Customer Experience and Analytics Department is primarily attributed to costs associated with conducting the 2025 census. New practices in inventory control and goods storage have enabled the organization to eliminate the stores leased in 2024, resulting in a budget reduction of $448,231 in 2025 for the Land Administration Department. The increase in permitting and inspections is mainly driven by more accurate budgeting for filled positions into 2025. Overall, there is an increase of $337,306 for 2025. That concludes the overview of Planning and Development.
Thank you, Lori. Do we have any questions from Council? Councillor Dogar? Okay, there doesn't look like any questions, Lori.
Okay. The Project Management Office is led by Director Elliott White. To summarize key organizational changes, the Project Management Office, known as the PMO, is a new division which consolidates larger operational and capital project delivery across the organization. The PMO mandate is to ensure that best practices with project management standards are adhered to, delivering maximum value. The new division consolidates engineering services, project management, and parks construction. There is minor revenue year-to-date of $7,938 with no revenue anticipated for 2025. At the end of Q3, total expenses were $5,243,815, which is approximately 66% of the annual budget. The proposed 2025 budget represents a decrease of $2,596, which is primarily due to the reduction in salaries, wages, and benefits, and taking into account staffing lag time to fill technical positions. This summarizes the Project Management Office budget.
Thank you, Lori. Do we have any questions from Council? Councillor Dogar?
Madam, you said reduction in salaries. What I heard just a minute back, few seconds back, it is the reduction of the budget is because of the reduction in salaries. Am I right?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, yes.
Yeah, which category it is being reduced? It is the lower class, employees or the upper one also?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, if you could just hold for one moment, I'll confirm. Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, exempt salaries are reduced by $1,714,654, and then QP regular wages are reduced by $482,059.
Fine, okay. Category-wise, it's not there with you. You have only the round figure.
Through the chair to Councillor...
I wanted to ask category-wise, which category it is.
Versus...
Fine, it's okay. We can discuss later.
Okay.
Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you for the presentation. So for the PMO division, what was the staff strength that they started with? What's the projection for the coming year?
I'm sorry, Councillor Benjoko, could you please repeat the question?
What is the staff structure? What is the, how many staff are we looking at for the PMO department?
There are 7 QP funded positions and 29 exempt. That doesn't necessarily mean leadership. It's a combination of exempt leadership and exempt non-leadership.
So for the entire organization, we have 36. I get that they exempt, not necessarily that they are all managers.
Correct.
But are we saying that for that department, we have only 36 people working in that department? Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, that's correct.
So I'm looking at the budget for that department. Just please bear with me. So the salary and wages is 7.7 this year, and it's going to reduce by 2.4 next year. How so? Then I don't get it. Are we going to reduce the number of staff, or what's going to account for that? Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko.
Yes.
That is partially due to there were some transfers out from that department, and some of the positions that remain in that department are currently vacant. And so when we did the labor costing exercise, we anticipate that some of those positions will remain vacant as the recruitment process is happening. And so we budgeted for that lag time in the recruitment for some of those positions, and that's the bulk of the change in that budget for 2025.
Okay. So the vacant positions for exempt salary will remain vacant. They are not going to be filled for PMO.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, we anticipate that the recruitment will proceed into 2025, but we don't expect those to be occupied straight at January 1st, as the recruitment process takes time. Some of these positions are quite hard to fill, and so they might take a little bit longer. So we didn't budget if we didn't anticipate that they would be occupied for the full 12 months. We prorated that cost in 2025.
Thank you. So for 2024, do we know, I don't see the figures for spent to date. Is it there or I'm missing it?
They can put it up again.
Spent to at least Q3 of 2024? Because
That's correct. So if we can project the project management office, thank you very much. Salaries, wages, year-to-date is $5,158,501. Now, this is going to be a combination of positions throughout the year that are now transferred out to other areas. So the PMO office originally was engineering services, and a lot of positions were moved around into other areas of the organization. So the teams did their best in finance to shift and move out complete cost centers, but sometimes if it was just one position moving, it got a bit complicated to move dollars around. So we're doing our best to present what the requirements are going to be for 2025.
Thank you. So as at Q3 of 2024, they've expended 5.1, and we still have about 2.5 in whatever is left in their budget. But in 2025 is going to be 5.2 for the year.
That's correct.
So by the end of Q4 of 2024, are they going to have spent the 7.7, or what's the projection? I'm a little bit lost. Because if the vacant positions are there and that they account for the 2.4, then at the end of Q4, what's the projection?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I don't know exactly what the projection is in that direct cost center right now. I can find that out for you. But to answer the question, some of the positions that were transferred out were some senior leaders in that group from engineering that moved into different areas. And while the position now is replaced with a different type of staff, so the numbers into 2025 technically are the same. The rate that the new employee in that area is going to get paid is going to probably be a little bit lower. Combine that with the fact that they're not going to be occupied for the full year, that accounts for the reduction projected into 2025.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Ball?
Thank you through the chair, and I don't want to belabor this point, but is it my assumption that basically the 2024 budget is really the engineering budget, which doesn't exist anymore? You've created a new department called the PMO's office, and it's not really saving us $2.5 million. You've just moved about $2.5 million worth of resources to other departments, and that's being picked up in theirs. I mean, I know of individuals that perhaps are now in planning or somewhere else. I know there were a few positions eliminated, but is that the gist of this? I mean, really, 2024 is it's not important relative to this discussion because 2025 is a whole new entity.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that is a part of it for sure. There were also positions that left the organization that would have been funded, and they're no longer going to be, they may not be backfilled, or in some cases, engineers of a technical nature or specific technical requirements that they'll need in the PMO. The actual moving around of the budgets, looking at this, I would anticipate that there will be significant savings because they've spent the 5.1 to date, but there's been a huge change. They're not going to spend the full 7.76 million, but we can certainly look into that in a bit more detail.
Yeah, and that's what I assumed. So, no. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. Madam, we can't say it's a new office. It was an engineering branch. It has been renamed and certain readjustment has been done. So the budget was there with the previous engineering branch also. So I don't know where that budget is there. But my question now is that you 2025 163.8 million. 163.8 million for 25. So for 24, nothing is traceable, and rough idea is given for the last so many years. It is 456 million.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar. Overall, we're looking at a projected savings of $680,000. Is that answering your question?
So my question is the same one. I repeat it. It is the premise or the prelude that is, a department was there, engineering department, director at Dennis War, and now some adjustment has been done. He has been pulled and posted somewhere, and another man, Elliot Weiss, engineer man, competent man, has been posted there. Now, for the next year, you have demanded, or the budget is 163.8 million. So what is the current 24? The question is, what is the expenses of 24 that is currently doing?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I'm having trouble following along. If we look at this slide, we are projecting salaries and expenses of $5,278,267 for salaries, wages, and benefits. It is a reduction of $2,483,503 for what we anticipate their salary needs are going to be based on the complement of staff that they have, in addition to staffing lag time for hiring vacant positions. Now, this is based on looking at the detail of all the approved positions, where we have a position that is actually filled, and what sort of an average lag time. It could take 4 to 6 months to fill vacant positions. So the PMO is ramping up, trying to hire to fill positions, but we didn't fully fund them because we don't believe they need the full budget for 2025. In 2026, I would anticipate the salary budget to increase once they're fully staffed. Does that make sense?
Fine. We can discuss it later, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Oh, sorry, Councillor Benjoko, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Could you please clarify if there is funds carried over from 24 into 2025 from this department?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Any carryover of fund into the coming year from this department?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, no, there is no carry forwards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. I'm not seeing any other questions, Laurie.
Thank you. Public Works Division is led by Director Keith Smith. He is your Director of Public Works. The key organization changes that occurred are fleet and transit services were consolidated into one department, as was parks and roads. And leadership positions were streamlined. Although department consolidations occurred, the operating budget is presented using the historical cost centers to ensure feasibility with the unique service categories. Public Works has recognized $2,402,946 in revenue, representing 93% of the annual budget by the end of Q3. The year-to-date expenses total $59,470,251, which is 69% of the annual budget. For 2025, we are projecting an increase in revenue of $101,946, which is due to a forecasted increase in ridership for transit services, as well as increased user fees, which are offset by reductions for the elimination of carry-forward revenue in 2025. The 2025 expenses are expected to decrease by $5,296,915 compared to 2024. This is primarily related to the program transfers to other divisions, which includes $2,588,186 in salaries and $1,439,817 in contracted and general services, and finally $1,268,662 in materials, goods, and supplies. The Public Works Division is structured into 5 departments: Fleet Services, Parks, Roads, Transit Services, and Public Works Administration. As noted previously, there is an overall decrease in the 2025 expenses in Public Works. Along with the movement of salaries, wages, and benefits to other divisions, there have been savings realized in snow removal, street cleaning, transit services, and equipment rentals in the different operating departments. This concludes the overview of Public Works.
Thank you, Lori. Just a quick question for Director Smith. Keith, want to turn your mic on? Just my question, just a reduction in expenses for snow last year. Was that just to the low amount of snow we received last year?
Through the Mayor, exactly. So what we're looking at currently, we're about $2 million in savings. However, we're still in that operating season. As you can tell, it's snowing quite a bit. So our prediction is that by the end of the year, we should have saved about $1 million just based upon that limited amount of snow from this season, last season.
On last year's season?
Exactly.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question or just clarification. I kind of go over this every year and I can never remember the exact. So roads, rural roads, do those, like the maintenance and like snow removal and all that, does that come under the public works budget or is that under the rural operations budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel. In the past, rural roads would have been done under Public Works. However, with the separation, that now belongs to IRR.
Does that include Sapper Creek and Draper?
But that's done through a contract. That would not be through our folks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thanks for the presentation. Thank you to this team for all the good works they do and everyone else who presented as well. So I see transit that the projection is that it's going to be almost doubled by next year. So I'm wondering how that's going to be achievable. And I see which other one jumps so fast? Yeah, student transit pass sales is going to be almost doubled. So how are we going to achieve? Is that achievable in this? Is it going to be inflicting cost pains to the citizens, or how are you going to get that done?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, transit services is seeing an increase of $376,671, which is over a budget in 2024 at $20,873,895. I'm not following the doubling logic.
Yeah, I see. I'm sure Director Smith knows what I'm talking about. I think transit fares.
Pardon me.
$359,000. It's going to be $551,000.
Right.
The student transit pass sales, $550K, is going to be $1 million. So that's my question to Director Smith. Are we going to see a lot of things for students and riders, or how is it going to be doubled?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, you're absolutely right. Our ridership is increasing, and that's mostly contributed to students, but it's also contributed to better scheduling that we're doing. At this point in time, when it comes to our ridership, when it comes to our routes, when it comes to all of our equipment, our buses, our operators, we are more than prepared for that increase in ridership, absolutely. So there wouldn't be no increase to hardship for any riders. If anything, with everything that's coming online through the approved transit master plan, the experience will be better.
Okay. Thank you. So we project to have an increase of like 45% in ridership, correct?
Through the chair, Councillor Banjoko, this year we're looking at approximately 1.5 million in sales for fares. Next year we're looking at over 2. So we'll have quite an increase. That is due to student increase, but it's also due to fare increase. If you recall, at the last council meeting, it's going from $2 to $2.25 for a single ride.
Okay.
Yeah.
And finally, when I don't know if this is the right time, are we taking off with the on-demand plan?
Through the chair to Council Banjoko, excellent question, and that's a very exciting time for transit. If you remember, I think it was back in April of 23, we approved the transit master plan. The first phase of that plan was to update the policies, procedures, and the second phase would be on demand. If everything runs smoothly, you should be able to enjoy on-demand this April, May of 2025. So if you recall, we were going to do a pilot first, that being Taganova and Lower Thickwood. And if that's successful, and it's proven successful throughout the country, there's areas where it's not. However, if it is successful, it will be a substantial change to our transit system, and there will be more on-demand. There will always be conventional, because on-demand will bring you to a conventional system, but it will drastically improve the ridership.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Ball?
Thank you through the chair, and I'm assuming Director Smith will have to answer this. So I've seen a bit of a reduction here, which is great. Obviously dotted through various things here and there. My question is have we thought about, or does this reduction reflect any kind of change in our overall service levels? Like, are they going down, or is it the cost to do business is a little bit cheaper now, or you've realigned or whatever?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, on a daily basis, we always look at how we can deliver services better. Truly only 2 official service levels, that being the ice control policy that sets those service levels, and as well the transit master plan has service levels. Other than that, we're trying to maintain the service levels that's in place with the current existing operation that we have. So the decrease that you see is mainly due to reduction in staff, that being that people move to different areas, but also savings that we've realized through winter maintenance when you compare 24 to 25.
Right. Well, I don't look at snow removal as savings per se. It's just money unspent. So it's kind of the way I look at it. No, but I'm thinking like, turf. Are we still going to maintain the turf to the same level in the 2025 season that we did in the 2024 season? Or are we going to do more?
Through the chair, Councillor Ball, at this point in time, it would be the same.
Okay, that's what I was curious about. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, Lori. Oh, sorry, Councillor Boussier, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just, I guess, a general question to our CFO. So, Lori, if I go back to 2021 when we were first elected, I believe the budget, you obviously weren't here then, but the budget was going to be 238 salaries and wages, 238 million, and then we're going to hold the line. I believe the number is 242 per year up to 2025, 4 years. Well, I think now we've missed budget. We've missed it by 7 or 8%, I guess. How confident are you going forward that the numbers of 254, 259, and 264 million for the next 3 years are accurate, given the time? Well, obviously, like I said, you weren't here the first year, but I remember we were told in 2021 when we gathered in the same room to do budget, it was about 238 and then 242 for the next 3 years. Mm-hmm. And obviously, we missed it.
Well, through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that's a pretty difficult thing to try to maintain if you want to maintain the same service levels, same staffing levels amidst contract negotiations. So you may recall in 2023, the QP negotiations, I believe it was 9% that they received an increase. So there was retro back 3 years, and then they received an increase, be receiving an increase at some point this year, and now we're going back into active negotiations with QP for, I think, 75% of our workforce. So in order for us to have a balanced budget, we would need to look at different ways of doing things. We would need to, one of the organizational effectiveness units under Director Hansen is looking at ways that we can utilize our resources to be more efficient, because as we've discussed, revenue is going to continue to go down. We're going to need to get to that 5-to-1 tax ratio. As the economy continues to have inflationary rises, we have the IAFF that are currently negotiating for a new contract. It's going to be difficult to maintain those salary levels. So we're going to have to find different ways to find cost savings, more efficiencies in the way we do business, and making effective decisions when it comes to our capital spend as well, because I think that is another variable where we overcommit.
Okay. And I appreciate that. So again, having said that, listen to what you had to say. So is it safe to say that the 25, 26, and 27 budgets or forecasting that take into consideration ongoing or future negotiations with, I don't know, a 3 or 5 or 7% uplift? Or are these figures just based on the union's going to continue to get the same pay they're getting today? Like, do we factor in potential union bumps, exit bumps in these numbers? Because we must have missed it in 21 because we had a significant, and you weren't here, so
right,
a significant increase.
So the chair to Councillor Bussier, the methodology that was used historically was to establish a reserve. So we do have a reserve, and that was what the previous CFO would have been using to be able to address any of those contract negotiations. And we continue to have a reserve which we would draw on for any future negotiations and increases. But to your other question with related to the revenue, or sorry, the actual budget itself, we have factored in a 2% increase over the next 2 years. So for 2025, it's based on what we've calculated, and then 2026 is a 2% increase, 2027 is a 2% increase. That is strictly based on inflation. That is not the result of any contract negotiations. So any shortfall that we weren't able to absorb, we would be looking to the reserve that we have for that purpose.
Okay, and then just out of curiosity, what uplift or raises or compensation increases?
So the reserve historically was established several years ago. I can't speak to what historically went in there, but we have been doing since I've been here in the last 2.5 years is looking what the impacts would be, what we have in available savings in the existing year. And to the exempt staff that received an increase. So going forward, we know that for IAFF, for example, and QP Transit, we will probably have to reach into that reserve. We haven't put any further funds in there for the future because we don't know what that's going to be, but the reserve is quite healthy.
Okay, because I think a few years ago, or maybe we had the RCMP that got a bump and it was retroactive. And I'm assuming that would have come from the reserve as well then?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjo, through the chair, through the chair to the question.
That's fine.
My apologies.
All good.
I believe that we had a combination of accruals and savings that we were able to use. So often the strategy has been, if we know what we have X number of savings in millions of dollars, we would just use those savings before we would draw on the reserves.
Okay, and then just one last question to the chair. Do we have a good understanding if the union bump is 3%, IAFF is 4%, what those numbers look like if that's what we negotiate?
Through the chair to the question, yes, we do have calculations to tell us what that liability is. And as I mentioned, whatever the results are in the current year, or if it pushes into next year, we would use a combination of savings and accrual. IAFF, for example, and QP Transit, they are not resolved before December 31st. We'll do a calculation for what that cost will be, and we'll set up an accrual. And then anything over and above that accrual, we would expense out of the reserve if it's the beginning of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Just a general question, I guess it can be for anybody in the room. I was curious about setting up of community leagues for operating some of our, we'll call them smaller facilities, like a ball diamond in Appray Creek or a hockey rink in Abasand, where we can issue potential grants for user groups or community leagues to run them themselves or operate and maintain them themselves versus our staff doing it. I mean, I know they do it in tons of other communities. Mm-hmm. Just wondering, are we looking at any of those opportunities here?
Familiar. I don't know if any of my colleagues can speak to that. I think Director Berge will answer you.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Ball. Can you repeat the beginning of the question?
I don't remember the beginning. No, it's about community leagues. I mean, they do them in multiple communities, like for an outdoor arena. The Sapper Creek used to do it. They used to maintain their own arena or their own outdoor rink, and it was one of the best outdoor rinks in all of the region. Now, the fellow that did the work moved away and didn't have Zamboni anymore. His rink fell apart, blah, blah, blah. But I'm just wondering if we're looking at that. Like, there's communities like, I'll pick Abasand because it's fairly easy. It's a pretty tight-knit community, and they've got an outdoor rink there, and it's bound by certain boundaries, and you could form that community league, and someone could, apply for a grant through a CIP or whatever, and they would operate the arena as far as the maintenance goes in the winter and the summertime, and they have their own ownership and so on. I'm just wondering if we're doing any of that investigation to see if anyone's interested.
So through the chair to Councillor Ball, we're always interested in looking for efficiencies. We want to closely line that up with our collective agreement as well. So we look for opportunities
I think we could look at areas like our rural communities fairly easily because they have the facilities, and offering a grant for them to be able to operate it, or if a few people on behalf of their community association might frankly improve the quality of the service that's out there, and they have some ownership and some pride in their own facilities. So I'd like to see someone look at doing some of that work.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so that will be it for today's session. Moving on, won't be adjourning today. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Through the chair to the chair, I do have one more slide to just overview.
Okay, go ahead.
In summary, this slide restates the 2025 proposed budget and future plans for 2026 to 2027. The projected tax revenue for 2025 is $505,840,997. Other revenue of $1,039,719,787, which is a consolidation of utilities, fees, grants, and investment income, for total projected revenue of $640 $5,560,784. The projected expense against this revenue is $476,156,361 for operating expenses and $169,404,423 will be transferred to reserves for capital purposes for a total expense of $645,560,784, representing a balanced budget. This concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Lori. So again, I won't be adjourning the meeting, as we'll be continuing on for the next day at least for the same budget meeting. So capital budget will start again tomorrow morning, Wednesday, December 4th at 9 a.m. And then the final budget will be incorporated. All requests of council will be considered the final day of the budget meeting. So with that, we'll end today's meeting and come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So thank you, and thank you, Lori, for everything you guys and your team have done. That includes the workshops and answering emails. Sometimes I get 3 answers for the same email, so thank you very much. It's been a good experience this year, so thank you for all the work you and your team have done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.